All right. How are we doing here? We seem to be doing okay. We seem to be doing okay. All right. And we do a little Discord dance. We do the Discord dance. We do the dance for the Discord. GPU shaders. Again, how do masks work? Twitch TV, PC. Get rid of that giant preview. I'll never understand why the preview changes. Maybe you can alter which one you get, or maybe it's just random. We go to Bevy channel, we find the streams. Text to speech is more nice. Okay, and we get rid of that notification because it'll bug me, and we move the Discord back, and we find a blue sky window, and we put that over here. 2D shaders again. How do masks work? I feel like I have a mental model, but no practical experience. So what else is new? Okay. Excellent. We got ads rolling through. Oh, don't know why that's on the screen. That's not good practice. Even if there's nothing terribly incriminating there, just a log of failed transactions because I got the ID wrong. Okay. So I have this shader already, the mouse shader, and it works, which is great because it took a long time to get to that point. We'll let Rust Analyzer catch up. We'll open a little window here and resize it a little bit. It'll look roughly correct. Okay. I'm quite pleased with the whole shader thing because I really have wanted to understand them for a long time. And obviously I don't entirely yet, but we're getting there. Hey, Mikey, how you doing? So yeah, getting to this point is good And actually, I should test against itch to make sure that it it works in the browser. That would, because I know that the shaders sometimes struggle a little bit with the single thread thing in WASM. You got temporarily modded for hose. It's good. I'm learning. I'm learning about things. So yeah, what I want to try today is how to use a mask in the shader, like a second texture, to create a shape. Like, what if I wanted to paste a star in here, or a circle, or a triangle, or something like that? So I want to come up with a second texture that I use in here and see how to paste that in at the mouse position, because then I can start to use things like the explosion texture for an exploding character will create a little um, crater in the background. So yeah, we wanna try getting to that point today. So, and how is your moderately multiplayer experience going? I haven't been able to catch a stream lately because you've been off by the time I wake up. Now. So I think in order to do this, I already have a shader with, you can go away, that can go away. I already have a shader with a single texture binding and its sampler. So we want to rename this now to be, I've been avoiding building tooling for the last week, so playing GeoGuessr. So your brain is like, no, don't want to do that. I'm going to do this instead. I completely understand. So I guess this is texture, terrain texture sampler, and then we get group 2 binding 3 via let's call it mask. Do we just have one mask? Let's go with mask texture 2D F32 and group 2 binding 4 I should say, via mask texture sampler. I still don't completely understand the whole sampler thing, but we'll get there. So that's good. And then in playing, which needs to be refactored, but never mind. We go to 33, we go texture 3. We have to get these numbers correct. And also this is now terrain texture. And this is mask texture. Sampler 4. Okay, and then further down, we've got to change this to terrain texture. And where is our other texture? Oh, there it is, 16. So this is now terrain texture. And then we need to do basically the same thing, except that I don't know if main world is going to be important for, this is the default, I'm pretty sure, main world, render world. There's nothing wrong with being explicit, I suppose. Oh, can I up my font size? Absolutely. I'm always wondering about this. So let me know if it's like a 1+ situation or not. This is 1+, and this is 2+. 2+ is getting towards being a tiny bit uncomfortable for me to work with, but With artifacting, totally, yeah. But I can work with 2+. Let's see how that goes. Once the once the buffering catches up. But certainly let me know. I'm always wondering if it's impossible to read. Because I scaled down my 4K screen to 2K when I'm broadcasting. So this is currently a 2K monitor, which is being transposed to 1K or 1080p in the stream. And even then, as affiliates, they don't guarantee that you'll be able to consistently broadcast in 1080p. So I could do it at 720, but 2 looks good. Shame I don't have half size. What? I don't know what that means. um, so, okay, so we got, oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the dogs are zoomies. There's it's a bit of a racetrack around the house at the moment. What is going on out there? I can see. It's like being at the finish line of the racetrack. uh, it's concerning. It's deeply concerning. Only chaos can result. Oh my God. Anyway, stop getting distracted. Stop getting distracted. So we need to add an asset. And in fact, we need to have an asset. So let's go to Sprite and come up with some completely unique shape, basically. What are we going to use? Actually, we'll come up with two. We'll come up with a 36 by 36 circle because that's the size of the sprites. And I think eventually we're going to need that for the cursor that we implement into the game. So let's create a circle that is just a mask. So we have shapes, right? We have shapes. We have shapes in Sprite. We have shapes. We have shapes. We have shapes. We have. Now, would I want the shape to be the transparent part, or do I want? I think I would want the background to be. Yeah, I would want the shape to be the filled in part and the background to be the transparent part, right? I think that's right. Oh, that is not at all how I thought that tool worked. Sprite supports scripts, does it? I didn't know. Okay, so let's start with this as a mask and we'll work on it. Mad scripts and Lua for sure. Ah, interesting. I did not know. I know a little Lua from Neovim, but not that much. Okay, so save as, and we'll go to Bevy rendering bug repo. Yeah, and then we go here, and then we go here, and then we go here, and then we go. I think we'll call this cursor mask. Okay, that's our cursor mask. And then we'll come up with just a weird shaped one. Sure, same size. And we'll go with like a star pattern or something. If I used triangles, do we have triangles? We don't have triangles. We have lines. We have lines. We could go, if you draw two triangles, do you get a star? Wait, how do you get line drawings again? Is it shift? It's not shift. Is it control? It's not control. Mm, 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 mm. Line tool is shortcut L. Oh, you drag and drop. Okay. Well, that's not quite where I thought. Okay. This is not going to work because of the dimensions of the image. Never mind. We don't need to be perfect since this is a throwaway. Actually, I kind of want like a 5-pointy stuff. Who cares? Need to generate isometric stuff. Right, of course. Of course. What does the star actually look like? Right, 5 points, right? This kind of thing. 2 points at the bottom, 1 point at the top. So I'm so bad at pixel art. It's going to be the worst star ever. But I don't care. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It looks like a little creature. Paint bucket tool. Okay. Um, export as wonky star PNG. Did I put that in the right place is the question. No, according to this. Wait a minute. Yeah, where did I save it? Yeah, Hmm. There it is. Okay. So now we go to assets. And we add path equals textures. Actually, this is not a character. What am I doing? Let's go with masks, maybe. I don't know how many we'll need. Probably not that many. May as well stay organized. Path equals textures. Cursor mask. Oh, no, please. You have no need to apologize whatsoever. Feel free to lurk. I'm just doing my Saturday morning thing. Pub cursor mask. Should be mask cursor, really. Maybe we'll just do this. Handle image. Still Friday night. You're cleaning the kitchen on Friday night. Come on, man. Let yourself go. It's okay. It can stay dirty. No, I'm wrong. It can't. Go clean the kitchen. Textures wonky star PNG. Pub wonky star. Handle image. Then 23 LM load collection masks. I love Bevy Asset Loader. It makes things so easy. Excuse me. So now we need mute masks, res mute assets. No, I'm wrong. Where do we wait? Where's my asset load? Res levels. There we go. So not mutable, of course. That should do the trick. And then we'll do much the same thing that we did for the level terrain. I don't know if there's a simpler way of doing this. I think there might be. But let's do it anyway. So let some mask this images get and wait a minute. Text is level. Oh yeah. And masks wonky star. Let mute mask image equals mask clone image. I don't know that this is necessary. I'm pretty sure that's the default. Let's check it. Where's image? What is the default asset usage? Where is your default? Yes, the default is both. If your asset does not change, consider using render asset usages render world exclusively. Yeah. So we know that we need the terrain. Oh, hey, Woodstone. How you doing? Good news, everyone. What is the good news? And do you still have a headache? Because that would not be good news. For games like Lemmings, steganography would be a great way to share custom levels. Steganography is where you embed the information in the image, right? Steganography. Practice of hiding an image, message, or file within something that isn't a secret. In the pixel colors. Wow. I hadn't even thought of that. Representing information within another message or physical object. So it's a quiet Saturday and you can watch a Basie stream. Hey, I appreciate that. It's always nice to see you. I hope that work is kind to you. You don't want to use the Q word because whenever we were on the ward, and there weren't that many patients, and we were like, there's no helicopters, there's no transports, everything around the country is pretty good. And then someone uses the Q word, and instantaneously there's like a massive car crash or a fire or something like that. You can have an image of the level and encode spawns and stuff in the image. That would really be cool. I love that idea. I'm actually going to write that down because that had not even occurred to me. So node find all the way home. I'm trying to get better at using, what do you call it? I don't even know the name of this. What's it called? God damn it. Org mode. I'm trying to get better at using org mode to CI mechanics to organize my ideas for this game. CI mechanics ideas, I guess. Oh, actually, I need to go NI ideas, which is a terrible name for a node because it could be ideas for anything. Hey, Sananda Warrior. How you doing? I completely mispronounced that. I'm going to try again. Sanada Warrior. There we go. Otherwise, I got zonked on my meds last night and looked after myself. Did some design with artists. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the artist wardrobe duality releasing the world conquering Game Maker Studio game. I got it right. Nice. Pirate Software Jam starts today, I think. Has already started. I think it started on the stream last night. And the indie, excuse the lurk. No, please go ahead and lurk. The indie game devs team jam is, I think, starting now. I want to say it's now. I think it was at the same time. He got hyped and wanted to draw a boss fight. How do you draw a boss fight? I guess frame by frame, right? Who's on today? We got EXO. We gave the shout out to Symbol. We got Digital Iliad is on. I don't think I've even seen their stream before. Black Void Titan. Do I follow them? I do. Well, there you go. Huh. I always see names that I don't quite recognize. You've got studying to do completely. I completely understand. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Ideas, consider steganography for custom level distribution. Credit Twitch TV Mike. Hey Fanny, how are you? I hope you're having a good Saturday. I always pronounce it as Mikey Dev, but it's Mikev Dev. Okay. Mike V Dev. There you go. Oh, I did not know. Mike V DV. Huh. It was written. Someone was really surprised when I commented on a stream the other day that my username for Twitch is only 5 characters, and it's because I've had it ever since basically Justin TV days. Because I think I used to watch like StarCraft 2 streams when, years and years and years and years ago. And I've just never given up the name. I wish I'd done the same thing with my GitHub. That would have been so nice. Okay, so little did I know I'd be typing in Vim on the internets many years later. So this needs to be imported. And then we should have the ability to bring, yeah, so this is unnecessary. But one of the things we could do, this one we should keep in both worlds because we're going to need to compare the terrain against various things on the CPU as well as the GPU. But we don't need to do that with the mask. So we could consider just leaving it in the render world, which would be kind of fun to try. Let's try mask. And we'll leave ourselves a comment. We need the terrain image in both worlds, but we don't need the mask to stay on the CPU side. Okay, so mask image. I can come up with some restructuring and better naming here in a minute, but I just want to understand this first. So line 9 really isn't necessary because that's the default. So terrain texture and let mask texture equals images add mask image. And that's basically it. And then we can go down to level material and add mask texture. And because that is the name of the property, we should be golden. I was briefly watching Pirate Software stream last night, and they were up to 82,000 viewers because they were getting view botted, which is apparently a thing. If you want to like get someone banned off the platform or whatever, you can view bot them, and all they do is report it to Twitch, and then nothing happens. But 82,000 up from probably a norm of around 17,000, just being pummeled by bots the whole time. Ridiculous. Right, so that doesn't need to be mutable. That's correct. I wonder if we could just do this. We could, right? Cannot borrow images as mutable because it's also borrowed as immutable. It's been banning like crazy with the negative stuff going on. I know. I honestly was really frustrated by it. I know it's just games and shit, but I was really frustrated by it because I have kind of a sentimental attachment to the whole um, pirate software community just because it got me started doing creative things again, and I'm really grateful for that. But then I was listening to one of the WoW streamers, Hubert, Christopher Yee, talk about it, and it was just so sensible and practical and human and seeing both sides and understanding the whole thing. And I just, yeah, it had perspective, and I was really happy to hear it. So I feel a lot better about it now. Thor, yeah. This possibly needs to be get mute. No? Oh, no, images. Images is mutable. What are you talking about? Okay, so I can't do this. This is not a thing that can be done. Oh, I see. I see, because I'm getting the image from the texture from images and then adding it back to images. Why am I doing that? Why am I doing that? Images is already in. Textures level is already in images. This is odd. I think it was only because I modified it. And I don't need to modify it. I can just do this. I wonder if it's possible using, yeah, that's much better. Using Bevy Asset Loader to set the asset usage on it. I'm annoyed at the Heartbound reviews. Some are reviewing the streamer and not the game. Oh, yeah, 100%. That's just stupid. But honestly, internet gonna do what internet gonna do. I'm sure that most of those reviews will be removed. At least I hope so. I bought Heartbound out of curiosity, but I didn't really enjoy it that much. It's just not my kind of game, I guess. But interesting. Now, I bet there's a way to set this. In Bevy Asset Loader. I wonder. Let's find that out. Steganography. That's such an interesting idea. This is a historical thing of someone working out how long he'd actually spent working on the game over the last. Yeah, I know. I know. I think that's why mostly why I don't watch the stream anymore, because I'm more interested in watching the smaller creators actually write games. But I also find, I think his role, his most powerful role is as an enabler, right? It's mostly just spreading good vibes about being able to create things. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. It's just encouraging people to make shit. And I think that's a valuable service. I think that's really important. It gives people who are making shit a sense of community. And I'm all for that. Hasn't had an update over a year. Makes sense he's been busy, but it's also a good example of Thor's warning to game devs about needing regular updates. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so what am I looking up? Oh yeah, Bevy asset loader render asset usages, I think it is. Hmm. Hmm. It's like how Mythbusters wasn't real science. It was something that got people loving real science and engineering. Exactly. It's like a gateway drug, you know? I think it's incredibly valuable for that alone. I don't care about the wow, for fuck's sake. I am kind of curious about Ashes of Creation, but it's an expensive game. Some of the episodes of Mythbusters were fantastic, absolutely. And Adam, is Adam from that is quite active on YouTube too. Yeah. Adam Savage and Thor weirdly do the same thing, right? Populists, right? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson irritates the crap out of some people, but he also gets science out there in useful ways. Um, you love Mythbusters, hold it dear to your heart, and Tested is such a great resource too. Tested. Hmm. What the hell am I looking up? Oh yeah, Bevy Asset Loader. I need to know about render asset usages. That might not be the right search. Or usage. Load untyped. Asset handles without an instance. Asset collection create. Unload assets. Texture atlas handles. Hmm. Uh, oh yeah, no, that's not it. What am I actually trying to do? I'm trying to get render asset usages. So let's render asset usages. Oh, it, oh, hang on. Custom dynamic assets. I don't really want to declare a custom type. I was just hoping that I'd be able to specify it. Tested as Adam Savage's YouTube channel. Gotcha. I did not know it was called that. So basically, it's saying you can do a custom asset and you can specify whatever you want to do with render asset usages. He often sits there and talks about stories on it. Nice. Yeah, I've seen him do like some pretty interesting cosplay stuff. Okay, why can't I use terrain texture? Oh, it's a reference. I expected handle image, but I got a reference to an image. Yeah, you're right about that. Can I not just do textures, level, clone. Yeah, in which case we don't need this at all. So the only reason we needed that was to set the render asset usages on it. Interesting. It'd be great if you could give asset loader a hint to say, don't put this on the CPU. But to be honest, we don't need that kind of complexity right now. Let's just do this. This is not textures, this is masks. Wonky star clone. And then we can get rid of basically all of this shit. We don't need that. And it just makes it so much simpler. So how do I actually make use of... How do I make use of... Oh, I took some notes on this earlier. I think it's because our shader is this. And all this is doing is letting me put like little transparent dots on the screen. So I think I can use, if this is texture sample for terrain texture, then this is terrain color. And we'll change that as well. Bad Vimmer. Sort your act out, boy. Sort it out. The mask color. So same technique. Sample terrain. No. Mask texture. Mask texture sampler. And I presume still mesh UV. And then we've got the color that the mask brings in. Now, what I don't completely understand is, have I just got one pixel from the mask or have I got the entire mask? I don't really understand how that works. But use, sorry, I'm just looking at a code example on another monitor. Let's just try, instead of this, but how will I know where the mask should be applied? Maybe if it's at the mouse position, then we go, we return the base color except for the alpha part of the mask. So terrain color A would equal terrain color A multiplied by mask color A, question mark. I am curious to see what this does, even if nothing at all. It's potentially nothing at all. We are not happy. We're not happy about something. Oh, unknown field. Yeah, fair enough. You'd think I would have spotted that, but I did not. Kitchen clean, got to change the bed, and you've sorted the house for the night. Man, you're so organized. Yeah, no field texture. So why? Why? Oh yeah, terrain texture. There we go. That should do it. But of course, that function isn't actually being called at the moment, so that's not a problem. Okay, so let's go back to main. Oh, still bad. Still bad. Still bad. Yes, we are still bad. What? Stop that. Where was that error from? The hell? Always love it when the average view duration comes up on YouTube and it's like 36 seconds. I'm like, yeah, someone scrolled onto this and went, what the fuck? And then just quickly scrolled away. Uh, no field texture on type level material in physics. Okay. Physics. Yes, you are correct. This is now terrain texture. There we go. Do 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 do. Yes. Okay. So now we are falling, and what happened when I hit the last mouse button? Absolutely nothing at all. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Um, interesting. So YouTube has a super interesting zero views issue on shorts and has done for the last year. Once it hits, you basically can't recover. Oh, that sounds dreadful. Um, yeah, that is not cool. Okay, so something is not, all is not well. All is not well here. So multiplying the alpha by the alpha seems like not a good thing. What happens if we just set it to the mask color? Just out of curiosity. In fact, maybe what happens if, I was going to say maybe we don't have a condition at all, but let's just run it this way first. Very much trial and error, but never mind. Good old trial and error debugging. We love a bit of that. Okay, nothing going on there. We love a bit of trial and error. So what about just taking out the condition? I don't know if this runs for every pixel in the mask or if, like, is the mask supposed to be the same size as the terrain texture? I'm not quite sure how that works. Um, hmm. I would have thought it could be smaller. The goal really is just to get the shape to show up. What the hell? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Um, okay. So it's applying the mask at the same dimensions as the underlying texture. That's actually kind of interesting. Obviously not what we were going for, but interesting nonetheless. So cool. So these bits around the mask are the transparent bits, and it's saying, yeah, could you use the mask's alpha, but it's also returning the non-alpha bits of it. which is kind of weird. Or I guess it's blending. No, it's not. It's blending the terrain texture, which is this bit, with the mask text. Oh my goodness, I'm so confused. Let's look at this shader again. So it's returning terrain color except for the alpha section, which is the mask. But if we add back the diff, then it doesn't do anything at all. The other thing we could do is increase this diff just to see if it makes any difference, because I know I did have trouble getting it to show up initially. But I wonder if it would just show the non-transparent bits anyway. Maybe I should make the center bit transparent. Like do the reverse of this. And then like magic wand this. And transparent. And then this is the worst shape ever. Maybe I should just use the circle one. No, not save. Export. No, no, no. So yeah, let's try doing that just to see what the difference is. Oh, well, I've got a square now. But it's otherwise not very useful. So I've got the dimensions and it's using the alpha value. Wonder if I increase it, if I'll get the edges of the star. That would be an interesting test. I bet it won't, but let's just make certain I'm not misunderstanding anything. Because, you know, that never happens. Our dimensions are 36 by 36. Whoa, what's going on up here? What is that? Oh, that's the starting point of the mouse. Interesting. Why does it change when you get up? What? Oh, look, there's the star. You can just see it very faintly. So it's combining the two textures somehow. Maybe because the blend mode is alpha. Might be useful for your current project. Let's have a look at this. Oh, generate normal map. Interesting. Ah. Okay. I keep. Yeah. A sprite script. Gotcha. Okay. So why? It places the image and blends it with the other image by the looks of it. But if you do this, it's just using individual alpha values from the image, I think. Oh no, look at that. What is going on? Is this still the star? It is, right? Yeah. It's it's only this section. Yeah, so the star's being rendered at full size to the 1080p image, but only this section is revealed because I'm holding the left mouse button down and following it. Transparency is black but transparent. Right. Oh, this is confusing. So this is not the result that I wanted. How do I get the mask to display underneath the cursor? That's that's the issue I want. So let's see if we can get some sense out of an LLM describing this issue. What we want to do is um, let's take this shader um, and describe the issue, and that might actually help us form our own mental model anyway. Given the following WGSL shader, this displays the mask texture, which is only 36 times 36 pixels, at the same dimensions as terrain texture, which is 1080p. This results in a very blurry mask. How could the mask be used at its native size underneath the mouse cursor? Modify how the UV coordinates are calculated. Interesting. Instead of using the same UV, oh, of course, because the UVs will be different for each image. Oh, oh, that's interesting. Create a small square region around the cursor where the mask is sampled at its native resolution. If we're within this region, convert the difference to UV coordinates for the mask with 0 to 1 range. And then sample the mask at the calculated UV. So mask UV is diff plus a vec2 of 36s divided by 72. Add 0.5 to center the mask. I see. Sample the mask at the calculated UV. So texture mask, mask texture, sample, mask UV. I see. So instead of using mesh UV, interesting. So mesh UV is the UV of the whole mesh 2D. That's what's causing the problem. Okay, let's try messing with this a little. So is that what they did there? Yeah. So get rid of this. Why is it not using abs in that situation? Oh, I see. It's using abs diff. All right. That's fine. Oh, right. But it needs to convert. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you now. Because it needs to reuse the diff value later. All right. Let's see if it's screwed up at all. Yes, yes, it did. Because there is no texture. All right. What do we got? Mask color is an unknown identifier. That's fair enough. Let's look at that. Yeah, because we don't need this line. Hey, that's something at least. Because that's the starting position of the mouse. Hey, it works. Kind of. The black is not terribly useful, but it works. I wonder how we would. Well, it's not me, it's the LLM, but at least I understand what it's doing now. The differences in how the UV is calculated. So, oh, we got ads in a sec, which probably means it's time for me to make a cup of tea. But yeah, the interesting. So I wonder if you could get it to only draw the transparent part and not the black part. Or if in fact, if in fact you could just make it red, for example, and assign the red pixels to the transparency of the terrain or the black pixels or whatever. So you could assign the red value. Hmm. Interesting. And it doesn't overwrite the sprite, which is kind of cool. So that's good because we'll be able to use circle as our cursor shader. Anyway, I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I shall be right back. All right. Progress. We like progress. We're quite fond of progress overall. Rescinded then. Yeah, exactly. Can't claim for things that aren't my doing. But no, it's good because that makes total sense now. UVs are a bit of a black box to me, so it's nice to know exactly what's going on. So how could I avoid drawing the black? If I make the mask a specific color and then only use that portion, like the red, as transparency. Hmm. I guess the LLM might know about idiom. Let's ask it about idiom. Oh, hang on. Filter mode nearest. Right. Because it's not sharp. Interesting. Because we would use that in the rest of the game. Excuse me. Oh, I need a sneeze button. Okay. Yeah, so filter mode nearest because it very clearly is blurry. It's a good tip from the LLM. Well done. Wouldn't have thought of that. Well, I thought about the nearest, but I didn't know how to do it. Create sampler, device create sampler. Filter mode nearest might be something that we could do out of the image API. Let's look it up. Image filter mode. It mirrors filter mode when used as a mag filter. I wonder. I might need to. Do I already have that set in lib or main? Ah, no. So I could set the default. And that might be enough. It'd be nice if it was. What's it called? Sample? Yeah, default sampler. Damn. Oh, what's it called? Image plugin, default nearest. Oh, okay. Well, we could do that. Okay, so how does that change? Is that sharper? Oh, yeah, it is. Nice. So that was easy. Cool. So we certainly don't need to do the complex way the LLM asked for. Now, What about these borders? When the terrain texture is already transparent, the non-transparent portions of the mask are displayed. They're black. Is there a strategy for avoiding this? Only apply the mask's transparency where the mask itself is transparent. Oh. Wait, don't you want it the other way around? Where the mask is not transparent. Oh no, where the mask is transparent, not where the terrain is transparent. I see. Okay, yep. Makes total sense. Let's try that. Convert the difference to UV coordinates for the mask. Where it says add 0.5, why? How does this add 0.5? Don't know about that one. I don't need that. And then if mask color A is greater than 0, then we'll change it. Oh, well, that certainly didn't work. No, it's the other way around. Okay. So, yeah, that's not what we wanted. It's kind of the reverse of what we were after. Is that what they did? Yeah, that's wrong. So, okay. What we actually want is if terrain color A is greater than 0, I think. Wait, if terrain... No, other way around. If terrain color A... Wait a second. If there's no transparency. Like that, maybe? But you might want a little kind of wiggle room. Let's see what happens. Nope, same problem. I'm not thinking about this correctly. So if terrain color A is 0, then change it. But you don't want... Oh, other way around. Does not equal 0. Because alpha of 0 is transparent. There we go. That's what we wanted. Nice. Ah, cool. Okay, now we don't need wonky star. That's the next thing. Do we need to do another shout out? Who's on for Team Green today? EXO, the mighty EXO Drifter. Ooh, Zully3. Do I subscribe to... do I follow Zully? I do. Nice. Co-working stream. Cool. All right, so... Yeah, only apply it to areas where the alpha is not already 0. Cool. So instead of using our wonky star, let's use our cursor mask. We'll also delete this. And then we can drink our tea because we've earned it. We earned this tea with the sweat of our brow. And the typing muscles of our fingers, the grinding of the gears in our brain. Delicious, delicious tea. Okay. Now, that means that in playing, we'll go here and we'll get rid of draw alpha, which is no longer required. This can go somewhere here. And I don't think we really need to put that in a const string like that, but we'll do it in the meantime. Now, this is now going to be cursor mask. What's your problem? Oh, it's just cursor. There we go. Now, actually, maybe we should call it circle because it's probably going to get reused for explosions and things. Maybe. Not sure. Let's try it. No, I've changed my mind. That is my prerogative. Now, that should work. Let's just check it. Ah, other way around. That's right, because I wrote it that way. Is this mask too big? But it does fit it fits the Weeble very nicely. The yup, I think we're going to be calling it. All right, so let's edit cursor mask and do the same thing. Don't save. Do the same thing we did to the other one. Bucket fill that, and that. Then magic select this, cut, and then I don't think it matters whether we change the color. I'll just leave it that way. Export as. Why is it? Yes, override it. Oh, for goodness sake. Ah, I'm trying. You won't let me. Okay, so cursor mask PNG. All right. And we got a beautiful cursor mask. Interestingly, did that just happen because I didn't do it in time? Let's try rerunning that. Huh? Interesting. Um, I don't quite know why that didn't remove, but we need to fix that. But let's just rerun it and make sure. It should fall into the crater. It does not. Okay. Interesting. So, although we've applied the mask, we have not modified the original image. That's very interesting to me. I wonder if somehow it's being left on the render world, but not the main world. Maybe I need to retrace my steps and go back to specifying it. But it's the default. So it should absolutely be. Hmm, interesting. Because we need it to be echoed to the main world for the collision detection to work. Is it possible that I have not correctly modified the collision detection? Get color at collision point X. So it gets level material terrain texture. I think because we are now combining it, we do not, but we modify in the shader, we modify the alpha value. So how could it, we're definitely modifying the image. Why isn't it happening? Hmm. Is it possible I do need to go back to, instead of just doing it this way, I need to go back to changing the images themselves rather than doing it this way, creating a new image? Hmm. If I went back to the old, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I've ever actually had this working on the GPU side where it would respect the new boundaries of the terrain. I feel like maybe I need to, now that I've modified it, I need to call images get mute again to overcome that bug that we were encountering the other day. Maybe if I do that in playing, because all I'm doing here is providing a one-way thing to the GPU, but maybe I also need to call an update somewhere. Res mute assets images. And I don't know that calling this on every frame is a good idea, but maybe it is. I don't know. Images get mute and level. Oh, and L0, I think it is. Or do I have to call materials get mute? Okay, that's worth a try. Because it's no good being able to modify the image in the GPU if you can't see it on the CPU. Nope. Damn it. Hmm. Hmm. So it can't tell, basically. I wonder if the better. I'm not modifying the image over on the CPU side. That's a little frustrating. Because the CPU side is the one I'm doing the collision detection on. Hmm. And I don't think that, for example, the LLM would be up to date enough to be able to tell me about retained rendering worlds. I might be able to ask Discord and get some kind of response. Because that is not what we want. uh, unless I wonder if it's worth updating the physics code to check if the collision is still happening and change it back the other way. So, like, just to make things slightly easier for ourselves. Um, yeah. So rewrite its state. Or we've started falling again. So that hopefully when you remove the ground from underneath one of them, it would start falling. Excuse me. I don't think this will make a difference. I just want to try it. Yeah. So as far as it's concerned, the image over on the other side is not accurate. I wonder, could we update it in the physics? That seems odd. This is obviously not working. Is it images get mute? Or it's materials get mute, right? What was the non-GPU version of this doing? To redo all this in a minute. So it was materials, yeah. It was materials, it wasn't images. Hmm. So it's not that. It's not that we need to do another get mute. It's like it's not actually modifying that image at all or that texture at all. It's modifying its own copy of it, or it's just blending the two together. That is a question we could pose to the old bot. CPU side does not appear to update the terrain texture image with changes in its alpha from the mask. Is this because the mask is simply blended over the top in the GPU and the original texture is not modified? If you need to modify the terrain texture, you would need to render the blended result to a render target texture. Copy that texture data back to the CPU. Would be significantly more performance intensive than the current GPU only approach. You need to persist the changes to the terrain texture. Show code for that approach. So render target. Interesting. Enable as render target. So we still get the terrain texture and the mask texture. Copy the render target back to the terrain texture. And modified pipeline. The shader probably doesn't care too much about the render target. Much more performance intensive. Carefully manage when the texture update happens. Consider using a command buffer or staging buffer. Add a flag to only update when changes have actually occurred. Make sure your texture formats and dimensions match between render target and terrain texture. Use a smaller render target around the cursor area. Implement a dirty region tracking system. Bloody hell. Okay, so although it is possible to apply the mask, it's not updating the original image. Let's explore a little bit here. No, clock's on. Nice. It's clock day Saturday. So render targets. I wonder if Cheapbook's got a copy of his page on render targets. Rendering. General graphics. Working with 2D. The other interesting possibility would be doing the collision detection on the GPU. Is that a thing? Do we think that's a thing? Like using a compute shader? Might be a render target example we could have a look at. Target that a camera will render to. Could be an image. Let's see if there's an example. Examples window monitor. multiple windows. I see, so it's pixel grid snap. Manual texture views. A manually managed texture view for use as a render target. Is that a thing we could use? Headless renderer. Various picking things. Render UI to texture. It's potentially interesting. Set the texture descriptor usage. Binding copy DST render attachment. Whereas the bot wanted us to use copy DST. Terrain texture needs to be re-uploaded to GPU. Interesting. So what are we actually doing in here? Copy render target back to terrain texture. Why can't, so the terrain texture can't be its own render target, I suppose? Oh, here we got usages. We got copy DST, render attachment, copy source, texture binding. I think this is quite what we're looking for. Hey, okay, I'm going to say it. Hey, Lurky McLurkface. How you doing, Matt? Nice to see you. The target that a camera will render to. So if I wanted to... Let's have a think about this. If I want this to exist in the main world, which it does not. You good? Going to bed soon? Come in and say hi. Hey, thank you so much. I hope you have a good rest. I saw you were on a bit earlier, but at least I think it was a bit earlier. I didn't get a chance to stop in. Yeah, so I would have to render back to an image at some point. Or should I just do the collision detection on the GPU? Is that even a thing? Imagine I was to perform collision detection on the GPU, perhaps using a compute shader. Would this be able to use the GPU blended image alpha values to determine whether a sprite collision had taken place? You were on for 24 hours? Oh my God. No wonder you need to rest. When you perform the alpha blending in the fragment shader, the resulting image is available in the GPU's frame buffer, and you can use a compute shader to read these values for collision detection. Set up appropriate storage buffers and textures that the compute shader can read from. Ensure synchronization between the fragment shader pass and the compute shader pass. Configure the right texture bindings and access permissions. The frame buffer, sprite positions, collision results. Keeps all the collision detection work on the GPU. Compute shader can run in parallel for many sprites. Interesting. Yes, show the more detailed example. 24-hour stream, man. It must be exhausting. Okay. First of all, is GPU collision detection a good idea? I feel like this is an important question. Almost always CPU is better. There's a whole process. Yeah. GPU particle collisions. Yeah, because the only thing is we're doing it based on the image. And that's the only reason I'm curious about doing it in the GPU. It's also good practice in writing shaders. Why on earth would you? Okay, sure. Why not? Put it in a string. Fine. So frame buffer, sprite positions, collision results. So it's this whole custom pipeline. Which I have no guarantee will actually work because we're talking about Claude here. But it's not what I want. I don't want a whole bunch of code written for me. I want to understand the concept. Gonna lurk and go to sleep? Absolutely. Thank you so much. And have a really good rest. Sweet dreams. Handle collisions. Yeah. So res collision results is our frame buffer, right? Res collision results is our bind group. Res collision bind group. So basically you're stuck with either rendering to a render target in order to get what's been done on the GPU back to the CPU side, or doing something like this. I feel like this is overboard though. As per usual, when you ask one of these things to do something. Let's look at the compute shader. Sprite index is global ID X. Huh. Sample the frame buffer. And the frame buffer is a texture 2D. How does it? Hmm. Where does that come from on the Bevy side? This feels like a bad idea. Maybe we should go down the render target route. Or maybe we should stop trying to do everything on the GPU. Bind group layout entry. This is the storage texture. Hmm. Let's go back to looking at the render target approach and see if it makes sense to us. Although, is there a simpler way that doesn't involve a custom render pipeline to do this bit? Because this bit is kind of what I want. But this feels like a lot of drama. Like a lot of drama. What if we ask ChatGPT if we get exactly the same answer? um, let's find out. In Bevy, let's say we have image-based collision logic where a non-alpha or where a pixel value with alpha greater than 0 can be collided with a sprite. Can this collision detection be performed in a compute shader with access to the GPU's frame buffer? Each sprite would need to be accessible by the compute shader. Upload it to a texture. If you're working with the sprite in the current frame, ensure the texture's alpha channel data is preserved and accessible. Access the frame buffer or a render target. Could use a render pass to render all sprites into an off-screen texture. Interesting. Take the positions. Passed as a structure buffer or uniform. Use GPU compute workgroups to parallelize the per pixel collision checks. The number of workgroups depends on the resolution of the textures and the size of the sprites. Avoid redundant checks. Return collision results. Handle many computations. Careful design is needed to minimize memory bandwidth. What's that? Bottlenecks, such as excessive texture sampling or buffer reads. I mean, it's not performance critical. That's the thing. Setting this aside, demonstrate rendering the output of a shader to a render target on the CPU side image. Capture the GPU rendered texture and reading it back to the CPU. Create a render target. Set up a texture that acts as the render target. And I could use that texture for CPU-based collision detection rather than trying to access the terrain image one. Yeah. Yeah. I'm liking that approach better. So it's talking about creating it, texture format in these, which we copy source, render attachment, but not copy DST, which is destination, I presume. Insert resource render target image in a handle. Optionally add an entity with a render target for debugging. What? Oh, I guess just so that you can look at it. Scale for visibility. Huh. And then render to the texture. Custom pipeline or a post-processing pass, say that 3 times fast, that renders to this texture. Maybe a post-processing. I think Chris was using those in his rendering work the other day. And read back the render target. Use a GPU to CPU copy operation to read back the texture. Reading from GPU to CPU involves synchronization and can introduce a performance hit. But the thing is, doesn't retained rendering world mean that that happens anyway? I feel like it does. Itchy headphone ears. I feel like it does. I feel like it automatically happens. Okay, so let's compare its approach with the other ones and see if either one of them looks right. Okay, so we're setting aside GPU-based collision detection. I feel like that's a mistake. So a render target texture. Terrain render target. This is a resource with a texture on it. That is similar to this render target image. Almost time for another cup of tea. Better finish this one. And then it's talking about creating an image with the correct dimensions. Hi. Is it possible it's still hanging over the chair on the balcony? What have I done with it? I will help you find it. One moment, caller. Be right back with a cup of tea. Okay. Now then, so we set up a texture. What is the texture mention? Oh, yeah. So create a new image, fill it with nothing, give it a texture format, just default, basically. Scale for visibility. Oh, that's a different thing. Yeah. Okay. So I think everybody agrees on this. All right. Let's give this a crack. Let's go down the rabbit hole. Let's go all the way down. So our goal is to oh, and now the ads arrive. Oh well, never mind. Now I've got my cup of tea early. That's okay. We'll just keep cranking. We'll just keep cranking. The goal is to set up a render target image that can be used for collision detection. Drink through the ads, exactly. My timing's all off. So terrain render target. I think that's a good enough name. I would also consider collision render target, but terrain render target makes sense. Setup render target. We can just do this in setup. Oh my God. I've gotten everything. I didn't really want it right now. Oh my God. This is not what I wanted. Thank you, LLM. Oh my God. How much of this did I copy? Oh, shit. No. No. Screw you. Screw you entirely. Claude can make mistakes. Damn right it can. There's no real difference with the shader, is it? I don't think there is. I feel like the bot's lying and I won't be making it. I know, right? I already have one. It's right here. The bot is full of shit. But considering I wrote it, that's not surprising. I kind of like this render target idea. I want to learn more about it. The only thing is I wonder about how efficient it is, but considering my game is such a tin pot game, I don't see how it can be a big problem. So the modified shader that renders to the render target. How is this different to the regular shader? It isn't. It's exactly the same. So the system I need this bit. Oh God, it just gets everything. Where's my init function? Okay, so we spawn the mesh material 2D. And then we also do this. Takes 5 arguments, but 4 arguments were supplied. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, because of the render asset usages, I think. Yeah. I wish there was an import all missing in Rust Analyzer. Okay, and this one. Right. So these could be extracted to variables, but that's okay. This is blank essentially. That should be fine. Enable as a render target. So all of this is going to be render blended GPU results terrain plus mask to render target texture for collision detection. It's so annoying when a comment almost fits on a line, but then it doesn't. Okay. Okay, so it's render texture descriptor usage. And then texture handle is images add. Now, we don't have images at the moment, but we need it. This is mutable. Okay, and then commands insert resource, terrain rendered target. Right. And then we also want to, it'd be ideal if we could state scope it. Can you state scope a resource? You can only state scope components, I think. But you could state scope an image if you spawned it. Now, on the debug side, yeah, add an entity with the render target for debugging. Debug image. Clone potentially. Oh yeah, we don't have sprite bundles anymore. What are you talking about? Sprite. This is an old Bevy version. Don't think we necessarily want that to be scaled. Actually, we kind of want it scaled down, if anything. Name new debug terrain render target. And we'll state scope that. No, 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 no. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I think we might scope this. Scroll, yeah. Render it to a quarter of its natural size and see what happens. Okay, so now we've got a bunch of other stuff to do. Copy render target back to terrain texture. Wait, why would I want to do that? Isn't that what copy DST is for? Copy the render target back to the terrain texture. What? Copy the rendered result back to the terrain texture. Don't you mean copy the terrain texture back to the rendered? Oh, I think I see. Because the render target is what's going to receive the blended image. So we need to also update it. I'm not sure if I agree with this or not. Let's find out. What is your problem here? Oh, right. It's trying to use a, yeah. What we actually want is the material, I do believe. Or in fact, the image. So we need to do a get based on the entity with level, I think. Hang on. Oh, actually, just based on the level material. Yeah. So we've got images. We need level res assets, res materials. Wait, more confused. Res assets level material. So this we still need, although the unwrap is not ideal. Hang on, how do I do this in other systems? We have a query for mesh material 2D level material with level. We do this basically. We do that, and then hmm. Okay, so brain slowing down even more than it normally does. Just keep referring to your example. That's all that we need to do. This. I should try using Tiny Bale for this. Tiny Bale's kind of cool. Oh, that's an option. Okay. Yep. And then level material, cool. The terrain image is level material texture, terrain texture. Yeah. Okay. This cannot mutate immutable value materials. Don't know that it actually does need to be mutable, but more than once at a time, right? I need both textures, but can I not do that? Images get and images get mute. See, it thinks it's possible. Hmm. I'm missing something. Hmm. How do I do this? I'm borrowing it mutable twice. This one does not need to be mutable, but that doesn't help me. What do I do if I need more than one image grab at a time? Hmm. I don't rightly know. How have I not encountered this before? Why? Why? I need to be able to load two images at once. Why is this an issue? Avoid issues with borrowing as mutable and immutable. Borrowing images at once. I'll clone it. Hmm. I don't imagine I can do it. It thinks it can do it there. So we need to do it before the second borrow, right? Okay. Uh, okay. So first of all, how does Tiny Bell do this? RES is great. Very helpful. I just want to see how to use it. Ooh, flashbang. Return quiet. I think just R. So you have to indirect it. Let's add it and see how we have a play with it. So in this case, it would be okay. So would it be like render image equals R images get render texture like that? Is it or return? I thought it was, oh yeah, that's right. Do I have to have it in, oh, prelude, okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. So could I, for example, do this? Or is that going too far? Yeah, it's going too far. But I bet, yeah, that seems fine anyway. Wait, what are we complaining? Oh, I see. Definitely more expressive. I like it. Okay. So now we could go. Let level is a mesh material 2D. And level material. It's actually the level texture, isn't it? Oh no, it's the level material. So it's essentially the yeah, it's the level material. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, this is good. This is good. I like it. Interesting. And then terrain image data equals render target. Yeah. Okay. Now I don't think I can do this because the borrow. Yeah. Can no. I wonder how many of these levels I could kind of avoid. This one gets the mesh material 2D. This one gets the level material from the mesh material 2D. Could I not query for a level material with level? Or is that not a thing? Is level material a component? It's not, is it? Level material is a asset. Okay, no, so we can't do that. Damn, I went to the wrong place. This is still good though. Um, the render target texture back to the terrain texture. Set up pipeline. What is the pipeline descriptor? What is this? So, oh, that's an imported thing? Pipeline descriptor is definitely not an asset. Okay. This would have been a change in 15, I imagine. A heterogeneous collection of render and compute pipeline descriptors. Whereas this is a render pipeline, right? So will show up in graphics debuggers for easy identification. So it's not an asset though. It's just it's a thing. Okay. So what if I use render pipeline descriptor? This is not how we do it though. Pipelines are not assets. Let's look at the migration notes and see if they have anything about pipeline descriptor. No. This is the right migration guide, right? Yeah, 14 to 15. All right, let's look for examples. .3D lines, shader material. Struct, yes. Material trait. Where is render pipeline descriptor being used? Oh, okay. We got some better example of a custom 2D pipeline. Pipeline specializes. Wireframe 2D, maybe? I might be able to do it in my material derive, my custom material or material 2D derive. Um, in here. So instead of here where I've got pipeline descriptor color targets. Like so. Okay, let's see if we can work through this. No field color targets. Okay, let's go have a look. We got layout, push constant ranges, vertex, primitive, depth stencil, multi-sample, fragment. I guess it got removed. Oh, Bevy version 0.5. God damn. All right. It would have been removed at some point. But not here. Maybe it's a win in it thing. A win it win it thing. Oh, we love the Googling around here. Color targets. WGP render pass. Huh. This does not look right. I think that Claude is smoking the crack. Texture format. Blend state, alpha blending, right mask, color rights, all. What about color target state? Describes the color state of render pipeline corresponds to GPU color target state. That belongs on fragment state. Okay, let's try that. Targets, which is a VEC option color target state. One of these examples where an AI can get some of it right, but not all of it. Or some of it even close to give you enough of a hint, basically. What's your problem? Oh, we don't have a default. Great. That's a shame. What would be the correct defaults? Handle to the shader. This is not going well. Can we get a handle to the shader from where we are in the material 2D? Maybe from the render pipeline descriptor? The compiled shader module for this stage is in vertex state. Fragment state. Let's see if we've got any examples with fragment state in them. I do feel like we're down the rabbit hole, but that's okay. We're learning. We're learning, and it's all good. Look for an example. Specialized mesh pipeline. Self shader handle clone. World resource asset server load shader asset path. Okay. Uh, specialized mesh pipeline. Specialize. How do I get my shader handle? Self. What is self here? Okay. Oh, it's got a shader handle on from worlds. So self would need to store a shader handle. And self is what? Custom mesh pipeline. Shader handle. It's not required. It's only done like this for simplicity. Well, I mean, I'm not averse to that. You just have to load it in from worlds. If you didn't do this, how would you do it? Is my question. So we can't use defaults. So we need entry point shader and shader defs. Shader defs can be an empty vec. Entry point can be fragment, which is fine. So now we're just missing shader. Let's look for another use of fragment state where we can see if anyone's used a different solution. DOF shader handle. Colored mesh 2D shader handle. Where has this come from? Oh, it's a constant. What the hell? It's so confused. Shaders insert and then shader from WGSL. Oh my goodness. That does not look right to me. That does not look like something I want to be doing. I imagine this is very similar. Self-shader clone. Self-shader handle clone. Frag shader handle. Looks like they've basically got a whole bunch of constants that they use for shader handles, but For our purposes, I think we do want to store it on the pipeline because I don't see how else to do it. So let's go back to wait a minute. What about this one? Where do we get shader from here? World load asset, shader asset path. Okay. So it has to be in from world, basically. So we'll go back to the other one, which had a better, tidier example of that. Something like self shader. No? Oh, wrong page, probably. Yeah, this. So we've got a from world for the pipeline. Hopefully. Yeah, here we go. This. Oh, so this is a resource. Okay. Then do the specialize. As opposed to doing this on a custom material. When you're doing material 2D, you can call specialize. And then you've got fragment shader, which returns a shader ref. But not a handle, right? Does material 2D have like a from world? Specialize, yep. Doesn't seem like maybe we've got enough to go on. Unless we can get the shader reference in one of these other arguments. Wine group data? No. Could I use vertex state shader? No, because I need the fragment shader, right? God damn it. Do I even have to care about this? So confused right now. Freaking shaders. Why? Why do we need this? I want render target examples. I want to see this. Show me it. Or copy DST or something that shows me it in use. Render UI to texture might be close enough. This is the texture that'll be rendered to. This is what we're doing already. Oh, the camera? Let's look at this example. What's it called? Render UI to texture. Just, yeah, because I'm not sure that I need all of this bullshit. Just not sure that I do. It's time. 11:04. I guess the ads are about to go off again. Ah, funny. This is a cube. Okay. So it's rendered to an image and then it's pasted the image onto the 3D object. We want to render to an image and then use or render to the material, which has got a texture on it. And then display that image, effectively copying it back to the GPU. I'm just not certain that we need this. Wait, I'm in the wrong place. I'm not certain that we need this. Let's yank it out and concentrate on the rest. How do we determine what the rendering will render to? So that's about this. Image texture descriptor usage. Use the image as render target. Yeah. So we've already set up that part. Then we spawn a texture camera. Interesting. Where do we use that? Target camera texture. I wonder if there's an equivalent for non-UI stuff. Why isn't there a rendering directory? Shader, I guess. Shader material, pre-pass. I want to say post-pass. Runs before the main pass. It will optionally generate various view textures. Not generated for any material using alpha blending, which we are. We got ads. Post-processing. After the main pass and reads the texture generated by the main pass. That's kind of what we want. Chromatic aberration. Replace all instances of 3D structures with their corresponding 2D counterparts. Shader source file. Set up post-processing effects as a plugin. The settings will be a component that lives in the main world. Interesting. Derive extract component on post-processing settings. Get the render app from the main app. Get sub app mute. Interesting. Bevy's renderer uses a render graph, which is a collection of nodes in a directed acyclic graph. Sure. Runs on each view and camera and executes each node in the specified order. We'll make sure that any node that needs a dependency from another node only runs when that dependency is done. Each node can execute arbitrary work, but it generally runs at least one render pass. Node only has access to the render world, so if you need data from the main world, you need to extract it manually with the plugin. Specify the label of the graph and the label of the node. Then we've got a finish method. We need to get the render app from the main app. Init resource post-process pipeline. Encode draw commands. You don't want your effect to run on every camera. You'll need to make sure you have a marker component as part of view query to identify which camera. Okay. Get the world resource. Pipeline cache. Start a new post-process write. Wow, this is detailed. Yeah, it's tempting, but I feel like there's a simpler answer here. Surely. What we've got at the moment, copies. I don't think this works. I think that's full of shit. This is never called. We could do it on update, but that sounds expensive, but we can try. What's the problem with level material now? What? I think you removed one too many imports. Okay, so we've got all of this, but there's no directive to actually render to that target. I think is the problem there. Still, let's run the system at least. Copy, what's it called? Update. Terrain texture. Really don't want you to complete like that. Thank you very much. Not level. What am I talking about? Chain. Okay, there's no way this does anything useful, but let's just run it for the hell of it. See if it crashes. It does not crash, but it doesn't do anything good. Why? Did not run because it requested inaccessible system parameter res terrain render target. Okay. So I need to init that resource. I guess so. So init resource terrain render target. I don't think it derives default though, does it? One of these is wrong. I'm not sure which. There we go. Maybe not. What am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. That's better. Okay. Still not good. Whoa. No entities. Okay. This is what happens when you use TinyBale, huh? Huh. Okay. We are running that system in the wrong schedule anyway. Same problem. Not being drawn at all. Interesting. Wonder why. I would have expected. Oh, wait, because because we're copying complete transparency. This over our original image. So that's actually a sign that it's working, which is kind of cool. But it doesn't help the fact that we're not rendering to the image. So we need that part. We need to render to the render target. I have this suspicion it happens using cameras, and I don't completely know how. I'm actually going to do a quick Discord search for this. Let's try it and see. Render target. Entities aren't visible unless they belong to render layer 0. Documentation div. Having to query the primary window isn't that bad. Render target's primary window. This is more about directing where it's going to go. I want render to texture. Render UI to a texture and then use a 2D camera. Rendering to a texture, which I'm then sending to a different process. Let's say I wanted to draw a map using a tile set. Is there a way to not render each tile as an entity? Seems quite wasteful, as in maybe render to a texture. Use Bevy CS style map, yeah. Add image constructor specialized for rendering to a texture. Ooh, when was that? 2025. This could be a good example. That was not where I expected to go. Here we go. There's a bunch of enigmatic boilerplate for constructing a texture for rendering to, which could be greatly simplified. This is 2 weeks ago. Rebase this. Be more explicit. Prefer that approach over using resize. Shouldn't hard code to default the texture format. HDR cameras need a different format. Update headless renderer, GPU readback, and compute shader game of life. Should either take a HDR parameter or adjust the texture format. Bevy defaults should be removed. What does this actually do? Take part of the render to target example. Oh, there's an example? And turn it into a new constructor for image. Okay, let's find the render to target example because that sounds like something we want. Seems to me that that is something we want. No code. Really? Where's the render to target example? Render to texture. Right. Is it UI or is it just general? Oh, it's just general. Oh, this is perfect. Okay. Example's 3D, but you know, we'll adapt. We'll adapt. Okay, so now we'll go LCD back to all the way home. Oh, this is hard work, but we'll get there. Okay, so you need to set these texture usage flags. Yes. Image handle is images add. Specifies the layer for the first pass, which we attach the first pass camera and cube. I don't really understand that. The cube that will be rendered to the texture. You mean the cube that the texture will be rendered to? A light, don't need that for 2D. Spawn a camera with a target, image handle clone into. Okay, cool. Transform from translation, blah, 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 first pass layer. All right. Do I need that layer? This material has the texture that has been rendered. I think it's all to do with the camera. Do I have the camera in playing? I don't, right? But I could query it as mutable and set the target. Maybe, possibly. Single might be, no, it's probably all right. Is it camera 2D that I'm looking for? Oh, no, the camera itself. Maybe be more specific? Question mark. About which camera? Camera target equals texture handle clone. Expected render target, and it found an image. Render target image. Image handle clone into. Okay. Interesting. Wonder what happens if we just run it as is. It crashes, that's what. Oh boy. Okay. Panicked. Yeah. In a set pipeline command, render pipeline targets are compatible with render pass. The render pass uses textures with formats, but the render pipeline with blit pipeline label uses attachments with formats. Oh. sRGB. Interesting. What happens if we change that? And does that occur in the example? Yep. In fact, BGRA 8 UNORM SIGB, whatever that is. What the fuck? Blue, green, red, and alpha. All right. Well, nothing's happening, probably because of the camera being used for the render target. So we've used that camera, therefore we can't see anything else. God damn it. Okay, so I need a separate camera just for this, I think. I think that's what's going on. Yeah, there's another camera, the main pass camera and the first pass layer. Ah. Does it is it labeled anyway? First pass cube. Okay, so don't modify the main camera. Just use a different camera just for this. Do I have to spawn it, right? Don't know about clear color, but let's try that. And I don't know about the transform. Okay, I'm not sure about the clear color. Let's leave that for now. We should state scope this, I think. And the debug image. So this is name, new, render target camera. Yeah. All right. So also just because it's bugging me. Re Resizable false so that I3 gets it. And doesn't stop making me pop out the window every time. Okay. We don't, this is not what we're looking for. So if I do this, I wonder if I need to adjust the layer for the other camera. That's better. Oh, well, at least it rendered it. It didn't render the other thing, but it rendered this one. And it's rendering the preview image at scale. So the thing is, we would never want to copy the entire image to the other image unless, because it just overwrites it instantly with transparency. But I think we're making progress. This is interesting to me. So let's go with, let's put this off to one side. We'll give it a transform. Actually, do we want this to have a transform or do we want the debug image to have a transform? Yeah. Transform from scale with translation. No? I think we could go from translation. No, from XYZ. Top left, I guess. Bottom right, something like that. Maybe top left. So it's going to be minus something ridiculous. Let's call it minus 300. Minus 300. 0. With scale. There we go. Just rerun that to make sure. Oh, not where I thought at all. So let's, well, yes. Wait, why is minus down low? I thought minus was up high. Oh no, y is, it's like this. This should be more like 5. And let's disable the copy update terrain texture thing. Yeah, so that's what was going on. So now we've got our terrain back. Oh, except collision's not working, but that's okay. So first of all, let's move that across. And that should give us like a little preview texture, I hope. Eventually. We could, we'll re-enable this. And then we'll shift it. We could probably calculate it, but I'm not going to do that right now. We'll just make it quick and dirty. And smaller. So this should disappear the main terrain again. Oh, of course, because it's a different size now. So just want to get it out of the way. No, too high, not far enough left. Good old trial and error again. Just want to get it done, and then I'll move on to figuring out the buffer copy stuff. Okay, now, how do we figure out, actually the clear color is probably not something I want. Let's try taking that off. Just out of curiosity, how would it render if I take the clear color away? As nothing. Okay, interesting. I wonder if that's because the entire thing's transparent. Now, how do we only update it when it's changed or when it's got some it almost makes better sense to not start it out as shitty, but to start it out as a copy of the original image. To be honest with you. So clone the image from Res Images. And insert it as a new handle. And then use that copy. And then you wouldn't have to worry too much about all the rest of the stuff. You would have to change this. So we would do something similar to what we do here, what we used to do, which was because there's no point in overriding the image with rubbish, basically. I wonder if we should use like single calls to that system every time. Single calls to the update texture system every time, like use it as one-off system call. Hmm. Because doing it on update just seems like a really bad idea. Hey, cool 10, how you doing? Elias Coolio. Yeah, doing it on update seems like a bad call. How would I trigger it though? Co-working indeed. All the best with your co-work. How would I trigger? I think it'd be good to get it working just as is now. The trouble is, how do I know that I'm not going to overwrite? It's almost like we should only do it in our draw system, which is draw GPU or whatever. Should only do it here. Because all we do at the moment is send the cursor position to the shader. But we could also update the image. It's getting complicated, folks. It's getting complicated. Because if we do it this, update terrain texture, it's almost like we want to do it on a rendering after rendering is complete. Is there a schedule for that? I know there's fixed update post. Maybe I should do it on post update. There is a post update, isn't there? You could try. Run if in state screen in game. Okay. I can't imagine that'll have much of an effect, if anything, but we may as well check. The ideal would be it gets to render first to the image, and then we copy the image back to the level material mesh. I don't think that's going to work. I'm skeptical. Definitely not. The entire thing is now transparent. God damn it. Let's just check that there's no message here. Oh, collision did not run because it requested inaccessible parameters, single camera, global transform with camera 2D. Oh, because it's not single anymore. There's two of them. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's fix that first. This is, we're going to have to use a marker component with main camera, I guess. And we will define that. So where are we running our camera? You could use that as default UI camera, but okay. Okay, still no terrain, but we're not erroring at least. Am I not specifying Wayland? I'm not. Where's my bevy? Oh, I think it was because I couldn't figure out how to specify it just for dev or something like that. Can I do it here? Might be handy. Have to do a proper build this time, but at least it'll stop complaining that my Windows is certifiably insane. It's not the most sensitive expression in the world, but you know, never mind. Man, shaders. Who would do it? Okay, did I get a complaint about Wayland? I did not. Nice. Okay, so how do I overcome this problem? If I don't run the update GPU thing, I guess the next thing to investigate is instead of creating a blank render image, I create a render image that's a clone of my main terrain image. Also, the render to texture thing, have I accurately understood what's going on here? Does the camera need to transform? I don't think it does. And the main pass camera, which is just the default. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Draw for GPU. And then we've got post update, update terrain texture. So I think in the spawn, the next thing to investigate is not creating this render texture as a blank image, but instead creating it as a copy of the existing image. So we're getting images already. Let's get a copy of the buffer by going, we're looking for textures level clone. So let terrain image equals our images get textures level clone, possibly. No, not clone. Okay. And then let mute let new let render image equals terrain image clone. That needs to be mutable. And then actually this is render texture right here. Let's just try and keep our naming consistent. And then we don't need any of this except for this. Yeah. So this is creating the copy of itself, basically. All right, let's try that. Any other issues now? Oh man, every time I use that Rust Analyzer feature, I remove asbind group. I really don't know why. See if this blows up. Oh, well, we got our image back. That's good. We got collision back. This works. So we're back to that state. But it seems our little preview window is not working. If we put clear color back, I'm sure that won't change. There's probably no reason we shouldn't just do this. Yeah, we get a white image basically. So we're not rendering to that anymore. He said question mark. Are we running that update function at the moment? We are in post update. I wonder if the clear color is important for some reason. Add the light to both layers. That's for 3D. Hmm. What about the transform? Is that important on the camera for any reason? I don't think so. Be great to see a 2D example of this. But I don't think there is one. So let's think about this and start translating some of it to tiny bale as well, since that seems to be a useful pattern. We create our level mesh 2D, adding a texture to it. Or a texture handle to it. And we pass a mask texture as well. We want our result to go to the GPU. I wonder if because I'm using a custom material, this doesn't apply. Possibly, like this version of it doesn't use this example doesn't use a shader, right? Or does it? I don't think it does. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe because of my custom material. I need to tell it what the render target is there somehow. Maybe that's what that bit of the LLMs example was saying. Turns out the day is quiet, but at the same time, everyone is quiet. So there's a lot of impromptu meetings. Yeah, that feels like people just trying to fill time. Hmm. So I'm writing terrain image data to the render target. I feel like, where's my debug image? This one. This uses texture handle clone as a sprite. And texture handle is render texture. Hmm. It feels like it's just not updating. And that camera's probably not helping because it's got a white background color material. But maybe it would. Maybe it would still draw on top of it. Trying to be nice, but at the same time, I just want to listen to Twitch and design games. Yeah, can you put a sign to that effect on your door? You know what? I'm going to spam the whole lot at the LLM and ask it to point out a problem. It won't work because it's based on Bevy 15, but I just want to see if it shows up a nugget of truth in there somewhere that I can leverage to my advantage. Given the following Bevy code, suggest a reason why the render target does not appear to display the render. Wait, hang on, let's do one more thing. Let's make absolutely sure that we are calling that shader with the mouse coordinates like this. Okay, definitely. Definitely nothing showing up here. We know that yeah, okay. Rendered image. A white background is shown instead. You're setting up the render target camera with render layers 1. Your level entity with the level material doesn't have a corresponding. This means the camera on layer 1 can't see the level on layer 0. Yeah, but that's kind of. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Let's try it. You might be right because I was not spawning the level material with that. But then I thought that you want the level material to be on the main layer. Oh, what have I done? Right. Okay, let's give it another crack. Oh, it might be time for another cup of tea. We get ads coming. Oh my God. It worked. It kind of worked. It sort of worked. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yes, look at the thing updating in the corner. It can see. It can see. I'm rendering to the right thing. Holy shit. Oh my God. That's the coolest thing ever. I take back every bad thing I said about generative AI. It can find problems sometimes. But now we've got a problem because the other camera can't see the level anymore. The main camera, this one. God damn it. But that's cool. That's going to be a really handy little debug tool once I get that working. Okay, I'm going to make a cup of tea. I deserve a cup of tea. I earned a cup of tea.
Oh, what a start.
This is what was going on earlier while I was streaming.
Oh, what a start.
Oh, God. Funny. You gotta love dog content. So I had this thought while I was making my tea, which needs its tea bag out. Hang on. Out, tea bag. You have done your work. Thank you for your sacrifice. I shall remember you always. Okay. So I had this thought that it's actually not the level material that needs to be able to see that camera. It's the debug image. So let's have a look and see what happens. Nope. Now we're back to it. Damn. So do we want to just keep them all on the same layer? I'm confused now. Oh, well, at least, oh no, now we've got an infinite recursion. Oh no. It's kind of what we wanted, but it's also not because it could completely destroy everything. Yeah, that's not what we want. That's not what we're after. Damn. How do I do this? We do need the render target camera to be layers 1. We need the image that's being rendered to be on a spawned material. And we need the image that's being sent to the GPU shader to be on a spawned material. Actually, that needs to be the same image. No, hang on. Because this is the render target for this camera, is that image. The render target for this camera is the render image. And then later, we want to copy that to the level material so that the level material can see it too and make more changes. Do we even need the update method? Let's just not do this bit. Interesting. So without it, well, we still have this problem of needing the render target on the camera, on the level material. This is hard. This makes the level visible to the render target camera, and you should see the rendered image instead of just the right background. This works, but the level material is now invisible on the main display. Or you can by using the from layers method instead of just layer. Oh, really? Really? Huh. Oh, we might be onto something now. Oh, we might be onto something now. Okay, so here's my question. What happens if I don't copy? Oh, actually, am I not copying it? I think I might not be copying the texture. Oh, no, I am. So what happens if I stop doing that? Okay. Spawning sprites as usual. Absolutely nothing happens. So think about this. It's visible to both cameras. This one is already, yeah, there's no reason to copy it back because the rendering is already doing like a GPU merge of both images, both the mask and the terrain. And then it's being rendered to the target, which can then be used to do collision detection, I think. So that's the last piece of the puzzle. I hope. Because it'd be great if we didn't have to run this every update. what is, oh yeah, well, it will be red because we're going to do it in physics. Phys, can't spell. Okay, collision. With main camera, instead of that, we're going to get, instead of this, we're going to get render target, res, render target, I think. Terrain render target. Terrain render target. All right. Now we shouldn't need this, I think. What is level? Yeah, we shouldn't need that either. We do need images though. Okay, so get rid of this. Level image, level texture. Because images get terrain texture. Is that not public? Oop. And then this becomes that. And then this is now level texture. All right. So, moment of truth. Oh, what a journey. Come on. Work for me. Work it. Work it. Okay. Are we still colliding? Yes. Good. Damn. I was kind of hoping it would fall down. Bugger. All right. No dramas. It's going to be okay. Hmm. What am I seeing in here? Nothing? We could use Tiny Bale for some of these things as well. Pixel at collision point. Okay, that's still not going to change anything. It gets run all the time, right? In fixed update, gravity, then collision. I'm assuming that our terrain has not been sufficiently updated. The other thing is whether the pixel directly under the feet is what we think it is. No collusion. There was no collusion. There was no collusion. No collision, no collision, no collision, no collision, no collision, no collision. Collision. And it's still going. It still thinks it's colliding. It's pretty sure that it's colliding. I don't think this is doing what I think it's doing. Damn it. I was so close. So close. So close. Bugger. So the pixel alpha is always greater than 0. And it's level texture get color at. And level texture is images get terrain texture. And terrain is the terrain render target. It's not that we're cloned somewhere, so it's a different image. We do clone it, but it's the same. It's the texture handle. It's correct, I think. Is it possible that I need that other system that I didn't think I needed back again? Maybe. I hope not, but maybe. Yeah, no, that has no effect whatsoever. Damn. All right, let's ask for more advice. See if we can get somewhere. This works, but now we have a new problem. The image pixel-based collision detection does not appear to realize that the rendered image has changed. The system looks like this. However, the character does not recognize the new alpha pixels inserted. CPU side image hasn't been synchronized. The render target is being modified on the GPU, but those changes aren't automatically reflected in the CPU side image data. It is possible that we haven't. I thought the default would be used, which is the resource usage on the CPU and the GPU, but to fix this, you'll need to read back the GPU data to the CPU. But they are. This is old information. We don't do this anymore. Do we? I don't think this is right. Move the collision detection to the GPU using a shader. That's the thing, though. It should be available on both. Shouldn't it? Because we've got render world and main world in our defaults. I think we've proven that we don't need this system. I hope we have. So how can I ensure that it's available on the CPU? Is there a nugget of truth in what it's inventing? Let's look for truth nuggets. Images get. Render device create command encoder. I think this is supposed to be happening automatically with the retained rendering world. We're rendering to a texture. The texture should be updated. Do I need to call getMute again? Maybe even getMute instead of get. Can't imagine so. This may need to be a Discord problem. Interestingly, the other image is no longer updating. Oh, don't tell me I need that copy after all. Oh, that would suck. I don't understand. Why would it change just because I did that? I mean, terrain, image, texture, descriptor. This should already be set. I think. Oh, actually, maybe not. We shouldn't be doing it on every single update, that's for sure. I swear it was working without that before. Did I save? I bet you I didn't. No, it's still not working. God damn it. What have I done? Is it because of the get mute? It is. Why? If I call get mute, wait a minute. How does getting mutable change that? What? I'm just calling get, nothing goes wrong. If I call get mute, that's so weird. Oh, that's so weird. It doesn't work if you call get mute. Is it bugged? Oh, I don't know what's going on now. So what else is new? What? That is so strange. Hmm. Well, let's debug what pixel alpha is. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of debugs. So alpha is 1, red, green, and blue. And we'll kill it. Try to get to the end if we can. Actually, just go to the end. It's still the same. So doesn't change. Is it because I changed the scale of the other image? No, because I spawn it just as a debug, right? This one. That's purely, that's pure debug, right? Like it's nothing to do with the other image that's being rendered. Maybe that's the problem. What happens if we get rid of the debug image temporarily? No. So definitely nothing to do with that. I might have to give up and ask Discord. I don't want to, but I think I might have to. I'm going to convert the rest of this to tiny bear. While I think of it, since it seems like a pretty damn useful pattern to me. Thank you, Pyres. I'm going to do this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do need that though because I need the sum. Otherwise it'll crash, I think. Hmm. This isn't exactly a single reproducible example. Maybe I could trim it down to one. We're almost at the 5-hour mark though. Should probably start writing some music. I wonder if this thing about having it in both layers is right. I mean, maybe I'm just looking at the level texture the whole time and it's not rendering to the other image. Hmm. Let's commit this shit. Uh, Mouse shader with bit mask, with cursor mask. See if we can come up with a Discord question that someone might be able to help me figure out. So we need to run it to get a couple of screenshots. Hmm. Okay. Let's grab our Discord window and post a question in a little while. Okay. I posted lots of questions, but I haven't posted a help thread in a while. Good for me. Okay, new post. Render to texture. CPU side main world. World. Some confusion around main world use. I'm struggling a bit with shader. Learning more about shaders. I have this shader, fragment shader. Where are you, fragment shader? Which combines a 1080p terrain image with a 36 by 36 circular mask. This works nicely. And you can see the mask having removed a piece of terrain from the image below. Oh, bugger. I lost the image because I copy pasted. God damn it. Okay. You might also just be able to see the preview window at the top. This is a sprite. Oop-a-doop-a-doo. Dogs are home. Um, displaying the render target texture. Shape in the preview window. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, hey, baby. The character sprite is obviously still sitting on thin air, having previously collided with where the terrain um, previously stopped being alpha greater than 0 and started being solid color. However, it's pretty clear in the main world, at least, that it doesn't get updated by the doesn't know it's been updated. You can see this rudimentary system here. I feel like I'm missing a step. I've gotten to this point where we can see both the main camera and the preview updating. But CPU side systems do not appear to have the updated data. Since the render asset usages is default in all cases, which I believe is both main and what is it? GPU? Render world and main world, yeah. Hey Corey, how you doing? The custom material is on both render, what's it called? I've lost it. I've lost it. I've lost the plot. Completely lost the plot. Render layers. Oh, that's on render layers 1. And the level material is on both 0 and 1. 0 and 1, whereas the render target camera is just on render layers. It's just on 1. Any thoughts on how I can, hang on. The goal is to render the texture, render the 2A target texture so that I can do CPU side things with it, like collision detection. However, I still obviously have some misunderstanding going on. Any pointers? This is definitely rendering. Don't want to lose the plot while debugging. Exactly, right? Well, I'm Discord debugging at this point. Physics, yeah, not really, but kind of, I suppose. Maybe physics. It's mostly rendering. Yeah, let's try. See if anybody's got any bright ideas. Let's get rid of some previews, shall we? And we could also record a little demo of it working. So get rid of that. And then we have one of these. with a WL record, I think it's called. What is it? WL mirror screen rack. There it is. Run this. And then we can upload that as well to be helpful. Yeah. Okay. That seems reasonable. Oh, we got ads. Have I made myself sense? This works nicely, and you can see the mask having removed a piece of terrain from the attached screenshot. Yeah. You might also just be able to see the same shape in the preview window at the top. This is a sprite displaying the render target texture. The character sprite is obviously still sitting on thin air. Oh, I wonder if it's because I'm using the wrong camera. It couldn't be, could it? Hang on. If it's that simple, that would be awesome. What do I call that camera at the moment? What do I call that camera? I just call it render target camera. Let's tag it. Let's tag it. Oh, that would be awesome if that was the case. Nope. No such luck. Damn it. I was so close. Love to finish this session actually knowing what the hell's going on, but I don't know what the hell's going on. That's just the way it goes. Oh well. Maybe someone will have some genius idea. In the meantime, I think that is enough for one day, quite frankly. Who could I potentially raid into? We got Fix It Freb. I don't even know who they are. Am I not following them? Let's raid into them. Appreciate the hangouts and the lurks, and we'll see you again next time. Yeah, I'm definitely missing some kind of step. I just don't know what. I feel like the retained render world is supposed to let those both sides sync, but it doesn't seem to be. Anyway, take care.